Hello, welcome, welcome. I want to hear the other remix of this song that I have, so I'm going to get it to play that next. Okay, quick advance notice. I have either a sore throat or an ulcer at the back of my mouth, so if I sound a little horsey, it's because that kept me up for a decent portion of the night and it still hurts a bit. So that is why. But yes, let us continue on with this. Let's push those buttons. Okay, so plan today. We want to get concrete production going. We're going to get coal power at some point today, and I want to move this entire settlement, including the farms, over to here-ish, somewhere along here. I'm not sure. We'll probably have. We need to be able to dump waste liquid, so we'll probably put that bit here. We need a place for farms. We need a place for things. So we're probably going to do that today. Take all of this and move it over to here. Now, before I continue, though, I did notice I decided to push a button. Is it this button? This button. We can feed this with heavy oil, so we can actually get rid of, or we can actually use some of the products from over here we're not currently using. We can feed this into the cargo ship. So that means... Can I empty out from here? Yeah. If we empty out from here... Hello, Epic. Yes, I am enjoying this. Can I change the direction of this? We can. That's convenient. Although that's pumping into the wrong side of this now. Yeah, trucks can get over here. We'll just get the trucks to export from it. Okay, and that also means that we want to change this fuel to heavy oil. That is empty, so we'll change that to heavy oil. This can't be fueled off heavy oil, so we do need to remove this pipe. Did I get all of it? Nope, we missed the bottom bits. And then we're going to need another tank over here for diesel. Come on. Oh, we added that. There we go. Is that one high or too high? That was too high. Okay, that can wait until that's been deconstructed. Unpause that. Assign new diesel. You do want to be importing that. Don't want to be exporting from here. You want to be importing, not exporting from here. You want to be exporting, not importing from here. Yes, they're adding trains, I noticed that. Trains would be useful given the fact that our only real water source is all the way over here, as is our only real source of, oh, what is it? It's not quartz, it's limestone. Which is why we've been using bricks, but they're going bye-bye as well, but bricks are starting to become an actual problem because of the requirement for dirt. But yeah, the one thing we want to get running before anything else is we need to get this system over here online. Let's unpause the bits we need. Is that belt going the right way? That belt's going the wrong way. Flip. There we go. Unpause that belt as well. Unpause construction of that belt. Where is that? There. Yeah, they're not a bottleneck at the minute, they're just causing problems because of the requirement for dirt. But yeah, the problem with this map specifically is that, as I said, the only available limestone for this secondary start location, which was the medium start, is all the way over here. So we've either got to bring stuff over here or get stuff from over here back over to there. One way or another. And trains would solve that nicely, but I imagine they're probably going to need steel. So we'll just have to make do for now. Okay. Let's bring all three of these online. Should be able to supply all three of one of these. Okay, now let's get this building in a suitable order. You first priority. Not that the game has respected this sometimes. Second priority. This is all third priority. And this becomes fourth. This long belt here is fifth, as is the one underneath it. Because there's no sense in this being built in a different order than this. Let's get one of them online and the rest can come up whenever they're ready. Yeah, I keep considering a long pipeline, but the only thing I have a need for that at the minute would be for oil processing. We just got this online last episode, and it's going to go through a lot of crude oil per minute. I think I figured out it needs to be served by at least 3 trucks a minute. Or a truck needs to make a round trip 3 times a minute. So that is going to put a lot of stress on my trucks. But hopefully, once this isn't consuming fuel anymore, things will balance out a bit. Plus, in a minute, they can actually import from over here, since these aren't quite empty just yet. This was getting very low at the end of last episode, but we do already have our oil rig up and running. But the other thing we've been running out of, and again, they're building it in the wrong order. This has a higher priority. Why did you not feed this first? It's priority 1. What's the point of a priority system? Now, to be fair, these can be built first because they don't require this stuff, but I think we still have some in storage. Nope, it's all gone. Fair enough. But yeah, we've been running out of maintenance because they've not been able to keep this fed. So we need to rip this down sooner rather than later so that the iron can just be fed over straight from here. We have population growth on, we do, good. Because we do now need more. And if we start running out of food, we can turn this off, so that's not too much of a problem. Okay, heavy oil's coming over. Not enough maintenance, yes, we know, we're working on it. Not enough workers. Yeah, fair enough, actually. Is there anything we can turn off for the time being? Worker-wise? And I should turn it back on. I don't have the Unity to keep it up for long, though. Workers have only just become a problem again. Is there anything we can turn off? I suppose we can turn some of these off. Because this is going to run out soon enough. Let's turn these off because they're no good without the buildings that feed them. Everything else. I'm not going to turn off mechanics just because I turned them on and they're currently causing me an issue. The point is to balance things. Come on, you've been around long enough to know not to backseat game like that. Okay. We should double check that we are in fact getting more diesel. Okay. Production has leveled out. Yeah, okay, that's good. I think backseat gaming is in the rules. Does YouTube still even have the rules thing? I thought YouTube did add something like that and I did fill it in, but maybe I'm thinking of Twitch. Okay. Everything is ticking along slowly. We're mostly just waiting on these now, aren't we? This is going to produce 12. So yeah, once this is up and running, we can tear down the old system, enable 2 of these. Is the old system starved of resources again? Different kind of resources, but yes, in spite of having the highest priority. Are we out of electronics? We're out of electronics, that's why. And we're out of electronics because we're out of rubber. And we're out of rubber because you are not producing fast enough, out of coal. No, you have coal. I think we're just not producing enough anymore. Yep, there's rubber about. It has the capacity. It's a logistics problem, which we can help if we can get this thing online, but we can't get that thing online if we don't have any maintenance. Let's burn a little bit more Unity and turn off this so that we can work on that later, because we don't need the workers right now. They've dumped a bunch of rubber into those. That might be why we lost what supply we had. That's fine though. Although they can't pick up from here. Okay. Let's all get our maintenance going again. Hopefully before vehicles start breaking down. Let's put the speed back up again. because we are just waiting for things to stabilize. They're delivering the iron, they're not delivering the solid circuits. Or the electronics, rather. I can tell it to use heavy oil, but I can't change the fuel here. Am I missing a research? Cargo depot. Why allow me to assign the ship to use heavy oil if I can't change the cargo depot to request that and input that? I mean, it's empty. Changing into the fuel is free while it requires... Oh, because do I have to push this button? Now will you fix? There we go. The problem was I hadn't pushed a button. Okay, good. These are running again. We'll wait until we've got our maintenance back up before re-enabling this belt. Yes, I'm aware about that. Oh, have you run out of places to mine? You have. Can you continue to mine, please? Get that bit, this bit, those bits, that bit. I think that's because the default field of view is actually pretty high in this game. And I've not changed it. Okay, good. You're going to get some coal. I need to figure out how I should continue to dig this. And the point of flattening this area out here was so that we could prep the retaining wall that's going to be required for it. But if we're going to need exponentially more coal, thanks to the fact that we now have access to... Let's bring speed down again. Electric power. Which is 30 per minute. And we need to make sure that they're continually digging the coal. Basic desalination would be nice, but I imagine, yeah, decent amount of power that's going to take. And we'd need another distillery. Upgrade to the smokestack wouldn't be a bad idea either. I think, yeah, let's get this first. Maintenance is our primary issue at the minute, so let's make sure we get it all sorted. How many more resources do we need for this? 30. Yeah, I'm not planning on removing my diesel generators, I'm planning on moving them. And then potentially trying to get this as a priority, so I may skip some technologies, so that I can then burn the light fuel and the heavy oil that's being made as a byproduct anyway. And we currently don't have any other use for it. Much better to burn it for power than to just set it up in a flare stack. A more efficient way to generate power compared to diesel generators at coal power plants. Coal burned in the boilers turns water into steam. Haven't we already seen this? Ah, no, it was in Crisis Management that we saw this. Crisis Management came up like almost 15 hours into playing the game when I had already figured out my way around multiple different crises. Steam then spins the turbine, manufacturing mechanical force into the shaft which attach power generators. It does not matter how you order your turbines and generators, as long as they are all in one shaft, they work together. Generators do not produce electricity when there's no need and ignore the energy from the mechanical shaft. However, the turbines will not stop when the shaft is spinning at full power. Instead, they let the steam pass through, which means that some energy gets lost. To combat this, you can use flywheels attached to the mechanical shaft, which will store some mechanical energy as inertia, and in return it when the power is needed, behaves like batteries. Flywheels can be used in combination with auto balance toggle on the turbines. Once enabled, turbines will automatically turn off when the connected shaft has maximum inertia, and then back on when the inertia is low. The flywheels help to increase the total inertia of the shaft and help to make the system more efficient to prevent loss of power due to the turbine's slow startup. Here's our first boiler. We are in planning mode, we are. Mechanical energy goes through, steam goes in that end, waste steam comes out the other end. Wondering if there's shaft extensions. Is that iron or steel? Because we don't have access to steel yet. I think it was iron. Yeah. In theory, they would allow the generators to keep going when there isn't enough steam to power the engine. Is how I interpret what they should do. Whether or not they work that way or not, I couldn't say. I thought this was... Is it 2.5? Generates 6. Okay. So the maximum mechanical power is that on the shaft. So all we need is that for an initial setup. But we would need to, I think, build a second boiler because I believe the input power... Oh no! We could get away with the one that's feeding all of this as well. So we could just add this here. We need the resources for other things at the moment though. We need to get this online so that we can tear down this lot. Okay, that's all good. How's our water doing? It is getting low since we enable or re-enabled this pipe. Was concerned about that. It's fine, we can temporarily disable the pipe again. Allow all this water to go that way, if it needs to. I mean, this thing is still running, but it's out the way. Okay, good. So we have our diesel back. I'm not going to waste resources on expanding that until this is done. Once this is done, then we can start worrying about everything else. Okay. We can turn this off for now, I think. And if that's going to be off, we can turn this back on. This is stable again. Okay. Don't need those boosted either. Just waiting on this. Nothing's stopping me from bringing the coal down here. As in actually belting it down here. Other than the fact that belts are or cost resources. Now, why are we low on iron? We are low on iron because we're low on coal. We're low on coal because we're full on dirt. We need to temporarily re-enable dirt for waste. The bridge is slowly being made. I was hoping it would be made a little bit quicker. This is where our quartz is. Where is... I might queue that up next. We don't need an additional Daisy. I need additional vehicles at the moment. Let's not get something that's going to give us another product line. Let's get these, because bigger buffers will help. You're probably right, there is a massive amount of sand that we haven't even tapped yet. Ah, so that's where that is. I was wondering, because I didn't notice two different kinds of steam, and I was wondering why we couldn't just get the water back out of it. ways off yet. Get storage, then get weapons just for having it queued. Actually, no. Then we'll get desalination. We could consider making some biofuel as an emergency fuel resource. Might as well get pipes queued up as well. Stacker. Dumps materials from the connected conveyor belts directly on the terrain. Not sure how useful that would be. Let's not worry about it. Hey, you're up and running. Okay. You are providing enough for 2 of these. At least you will do once the rest of these belts are made. And then you are outputting to... Yes, we do need to get these up and running again. If we ever want to build more vehicles, we do need to get that up and running. You running out of iron yet? No, we are keeping up. Bigger stockpiles. Definitely want bigger stockpiles. I mean, to be fair, this stockpile I could just feed straight into there. It's near enough that it's not going to be an issue. And likewise, I could probably... Yeah, we could always replace this with a bigger one. Some of the vehicles are driving around it anyway. Okay, I forgot about that. Let's get this pipe connected. New refugees. Now, why did that not get disassembled? Vegetable farm dried out. This is not unusual. If we can have it all in one line, let's just have it all in one line. There we go. Not that we're using it currently. Okay, good. You can come online. And we can disassemble all of you. There we go. Maintenance sorted. What did the new refugees come with? Okay, so the next thing is to get this up and running so that we can, or we have the option to start building more vehicles. So Don't much care about the order in which they do this, just so long as they get it done. Okay, that should... yeah. Actually, let's just get the rest of the... Now, what the hell is that doing there? I don't remember putting concrete floor down there, not intentionally. Okay. I get the feeling this is going to cause a problem sooner rather than later. Yeah, the problem is that it's not the bridge that has the floor, it's the belts. The bridge itself, yeah, but the belts. I never put the floor underneath the belts. And that's something I would have had to have told it to do, at least I assumed so. Do we want to have individual ones or one big one? Update 2. Update 3 is the one that's coming. Just to be pedantic. No. So we'll have it this side. If we want to add more boilers, we're going to be adding them along that direction anyway. Up north. New refugees. That's maintenance depots. We shouldn't need it. Well, let's build this with the intent, or build this twice the size it needs to be. And then if we set it to auto balance, can we store steam? If we can store high pressure steam, then we can do this with a single burner for the time being. When they need to be running constantly, we may need two. But if we store the steam will be able to output to both of these at full power, even if the boiler can't. So that'll allow these to spin up to full speed and then turn off. In theory, if I understood it correctly. Yeah. Can't store steam. This isn't Factorio. Can't build steam batteries. Okay. Well, in fairness, one of these should be able to drive two of these anyway. So if we wait until we get the second tiers of pipes, then the pipe will hold more anyway. And we can always pull this down. How much further downwards can we get this? That far down. And then give that a bigger pipe. Won't be able to store much steam, but we'll see. When enabled, the turbine will automatically pause once the shaft is near fully charged to save the input product from being wasted, in this case being steam. The production will resume once the shaft charge gets low. Keep in mind that when the turbine starts, it takes some time to get to full power. So yeah, that will allow us to... It's on by default. Hey, the oil pumps have emptied. Going to be a fairly expensive little building, but that's fine. The output steam on these is 24, so we can just feed that into a single smokestack. That doesn't need to be a better pipe, we can just use a standard one for it. Oops. They need to add undo button. We need an undo button. Because now I've got to remove all of this bit by bit. Try again. That goes into there. This comes down and into there. There we go. You auto select, so I don't need to configure you. None of this is going to work until all of it is online, so there's no point me building it until we have excess. Storage, desalination. Let's reorder that one, then that one, and then that one. Okay. These pipes empty? They are. That's still pumping wastewater out. We should probably remove that now. It doesn't need to be here. Get rid of all of this. That needs to stay because we're still feeding that into there. Okay, let's turn that off again, at least for now. Okay, our food supplies are starting to decrease. We do still currently need the spare Unity, but we can recover that elsewhere if we need to. Okay, why are you... How do you have slag? Slag should not be a mineable resource. Oh, I bet I know how that's happened. Slag is a dumpable resource, and we was telling it to flatten this area. So it would only have taken the tiniest amount of slag. And that's a problem because we do not have the space to output here. And can they pick up directly from here? They can do. Okay, so we can still get rid of this stuff. You are allowed to pick up from there. Wait, what? Ah, they're competing. That's what's happening. I should have removed these. They're going, oh, look, there's space to dump this here. It's nearby. Let's just dump everything here. And they're trying to dig it all out again. They're fighting with each other. Okay. Oil is fine. Food is currently fine. Construction materials are fine. Well, basic construction materials are fine. Wood is fine. We're out of iron. Bricks are slowly decreasing, but our stockpile's reasonable. No coal, that's why. If I suddenly become distracted in about an hour 15 minutes, there's a reason for that. I have a YouTube video, well, live stream maybe, on one of my other tabs that I am curious about. It looks like Bethesda might, or Microsoft / Bethesda at this point, might be shadow dropping. Almost out of nowhere, we've had about a week's warning. An Oblivion remake. And I don't know what I want to do about that. Because I do like my Elder Scrolls, but I tend to only play them like once and maybe a bit afterwards. So it's been a long time since I played Oblivion. But everyone and their mother is going to be talking about it or playing it, so I don't think I'll stream it. But I am still curious about it. So if I suddenly become distracted, that's why. But we've got an hour and a bit left. If my audio is configured correctly, you will not hear anything if that happens. There we go. I guess the iron going again fixes all the problems. I'll have to leave this enabled, at least for now. Yeah, maintenance is going down because we ran out of iron. I don't think we're going to be able to get this bit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We would have to remove this retaining wall, methinks, if we want to actually mine out it in its entirety. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get that bit. I don't think there's any way we can safely get that bit. Because we still want these guys to be able to access that. And it would cause the wall to collapse if we did. I mean, we can always move that, but I'd rather not. So we're not going to be able to fully mine out this entire area. That's fine. There's plenty of it there. Oh, is that the key for it? Ah, thank you. Useful to know. Yeah, they've still got plenty to dig out for the time being. And you've once again stopped. Why have you stopped? No copper? I don't remember disabling the entire copper facility. No, but we did disable this. Okay. This might actually be enough water to serve these, which will keep things stable for longer, which will be nice. Okay. So, next task. Still waiting for this to finish. So once that's finished, it's build this. We need to remove that. You empty, more or less. It's right click, isn't it? There we go. Empty that out, deconstruct it. We do have spares of those, so we can move this over for now. Let's keep all the power generation in the same location. So if I move this over to here, then pipe. Take it all the way up. Okay. We don't need them this close together. Okay. These can be built straight away. And then once they're online, we can take this down. Machine broke as it lacked maintenance. Copper plates are finally making their way in. Because we fucked up and we need these to spit out some more faster. Tree harvester has no trees to harvest. This is fine. Let me... Okay. If I'm going to move over here, I need to be able to build a liquid dump easily. So... Okay. That being the case, it's a long way away, but my tree cutters can start cutting down all of this. And also, let's get ourselves some space around this. Can I temporarily turn off? I mean, they're going to take ages to build anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay. We are potentially going to run out of fuel just by virtue of the fact that nobody is delivering the oil. Keep that full. I thought I had already said that to keep it full. Ah, no. This one is set to be kept full. Priority build that. In fact, let me save you the trouble. And then you don't need to import or export from this. There we go. That's how it's supposed to be set up. Let's pause that. Will it empty the pipe? Keep full. So, no, we do need to keep full until we've moved this. We just don't need these running. Will they then burn through what fuel they have? Oh, we can give power production priorities. Everything is breaking due to lack of maintenance. Actually, why am I doing it that way? All three of these now. Yeah, we can just turn that on and that will eventually catch things up. Everything is breaking. Maintenance is definitely the thing that's been given as the biggest issue, but only because of lack of forward planning on our part. Oh, and we can now upgrade these. Just uses twice the resources. Oh no! Uses 4 times the resources. But there is a more... it does give us more maintenance just in general. It's more efficient. Requires 20 people, requires 6 people. So yeah, fractionally more efficient, but we need the resources to be actually able to do it first, so let's not worry about it until everything else is working again. Okay, we need to move this. Okay, rubber comes out there, fuel goes in there. We are going to need to route the coal over and the wastewater out. I don't think we have a source of sulfur. No, not at the minute. We're dealing with petrochemicals. When is a more better version of rubber coming? That uses petrochemicals. There we are. Ways off yet. So we have to set this up for now. Okay. Let's cut you, mirror you. There's no reason we can't just fork off of here. And while I've seen it and remember, we don't need this area to be marked as being flattened anymore. The vehicles can go that way, so I'm not going to raise this up any. Need to get the wastewater out and over. Can we route it through the middle? We actually can't take it that way. Not if we want to be able to expand that easily. There is a route we can take, though. Oh! Why, hello there. Thank you, auto-pathing. Very convenient of you. That pipe can be pathed between the buildings quite happily. Okay, coal input, fuel input, wastewater output, rubber output. Let's build a second one just so that we have the option. Come on. We'll do it that way. And then we're going to have to bring you... Ah, no, I didn't actually want you to drop down there. Try again. Okay, that'll do. Do we split the coal off here? I think... I'm actually interested to know whether or not this actually works. Because it looks like it should, but I've never tested it. This mini splitter. You can get it to automatically place. I know it works fine as a merger. I've never tried it as a splitter. So our maintenance issue sorted. Our maintenance issue is sorted. That's not the thing I was trying to do. Unpause that. Yeah, the future proofing for this would be just to keep building along here, but the long-term goal is we're going to move this entire setup over to where the housing setup is currently. Which is why the housing needs to move, and why we've told them to start cutting down the trees over there. Okay. How have we managed to run out of copper? Have we stopped? Because we have nowhere left to dig. That's why we've managed to run out of copper. Let's go with leveling the terrain still. Level out that section. Dig out this section. Still don't know what I'm going to do about the copper that's underground here. Okay, they have all run out of water. This isn't enough for the farms. Okay, potatoes are just stable. Same with vegetables. But if we don't get significant enough rainfall, then that is going to become a problem. Okay, let's... we're still waiting on you to finish building this. We'll get this upgraded and then disable the other two. We're actually going to run out of housing soon. Let's disable population growth for now. We have 100 spare workers. So yeah, get that built, get this upgraded, disable both of these. That will in theory allow us to turn off maintenance saver. Assuming that we actually have enough throughput on all of the other resources, we'll see. There's a decent amount of coal that way. Although maybe most of that is underground. No, it should be surfaced for the minute. Okay, mining control tower has no mining areas designated to it. That'll be this one here, won't it? Yep. We need to start pulling this down. Okay. No more waste should be being dumped anyway, so let's get rid of this one. I might need to build another sifting plant. The only thing that should be in that pile should be waste, but we need to be able to separate waste and dirt. Let's stop you from adding stuff to this. We don't want you adding dirt to it. We want to be reducing the size of it, not increasing the size of it. What the hell kind of route is that? This land here is flat. That bit there isn't quite flat though. Let's give them more of a ramp. Okay, explicitly dig that bit out. That'll give them their ramp back up. Edit the area. So have this entire section. That'll allow the digger to smooth that out. Yeah, we're going to need a filtering plant for this one way or another. Let's put that there for now. Waste. And the only other thing this should get is dirt. Although, if we allocate that, then it's going to need to deal with rock as well. Okay. Waste goes into here. Okay, that'll allow us to start burning that mound of trash. Okay, they're all up and running. All of these should have used their fuel by now. Let's get this online because it's all lower tier stuff. And then once that's online, we can get rid of this entire setup over here. Move it closer. Okay, that's running, but it's missing stuff, presumably because there must be a square under here. Yeah, it didn't get built. Thought that might be the case. Okay, copper supply is keeping up. Iron supply is not. How are you guys doing? Still got plenty of iron over here. You've almost done for digging out that bit of iron though. I would like them to get this bit here dug through. They made a start on the other side. Ah, somebody's flattened it out. That's fair enough. Basically, since a lot of the stuff is being dumped over here, I wanted to dig through the mountain so they didn't have to go all the way around it. But they prioritise, for good reason, getting the iron ore. However, even if the iron ore is full. Can I get you to come over to here? Sorry, over here. Can you start making your way down that? No, it immediately goes back to the iron. a little irritating. Well, at least we can upgrade our loose storage now. These are just double capacity, aren't they? Yeah. That will have to wait. We need more resources. Let's just quick build this. And pause both of those. An output face? Why does this have an output face? We are now losing maintenance again. Yeah, I figured as much. If the building has an output but it can't be used at the minute, then something is going to be buildable in there that will use it eventually. I think I'm going to have to get this online as well. We have the materials, we don't need it done quickly, but yeah. Let's get the other half of this online. And then both of these are sufficient enough to supply one of those. It's not really worth it to reclaim the resources from these for the time being. That means we'll need to upgrade this to a 3 if we want to supply more than one of them. This is what buffers are for. Why are they moving? They shouldn't be, these are disabled. Okay, things are about stable. And with that online, I'm happy to unboost that. Food levels, slowly falling. I mean, Unity is slowly falling, and we should be okay with maintenance for now. Okay, you're built. You have outputted, but this belt is empty. Is it because this doesn't have anywhere to go? Possibly. Possibly it actually requires storage. Otherwise I may need to just move everything over and put an actual splitter on it. No, because that's split correctly. So this will do the job. It must literally just be because it doesn't have any output location at the minute. Have we been given everything to... Nah, most of these only have one. Don't they? Yeah. We only need one output for this. get these up and running nice and quick so we have the rubber. Yeah, there we go. It's because it didn't have an output location. Okay, you do not need to be imported to. And then that means you don't need an import route. So once you're empty, in fact, there's no need to wait. Let's just tear this down. Okay, how much do we need for all of this again? 260. We'll wait until we have 260 actually available. And then we'll build this. Although we have access to better pipes now. And then we can upgrade that bit. It should be, but I'd like to have a little bit of a buffer in it. Plus, if I want to expand this later, then it means that I don't need to worry about this particular piece of the pipe. And it's not like they cost that much. Not for that short little bit there. Okay, we need basic desalination so that we can get water into this. This water supply is just too far away. Yeah, gonna cost too much. Suppose our trucks are stable at the minute. Bigger trucks would help, but that's a ways off. How much of a ways off? Nah, we need the next tier of construction. Steel and glass required. Steel is here, glass must be in construction. Apparently not. Where's our glass? That's steel. I was not aware we had anything of the sort. Where do we kill them? Probably somewhere around about here then. Plastics, glass making. I don't think I currently have anywhere I can import glass from. Oh no, we can, but construction material freeze to do it. Fuel station is out of fuel. Is that because we don't have enough fuel? Yeah, we've run out of fuel because people weren't bringing the water over, but we fixed that, so that will now fix itself. And you are out of iron. You're out of iron because, yeah, this hopper emptied way too quick. And now they are content to dig their way through. If one of you can continue to dig your way through and the other one can go over there and get us some iron, you know, balance the load between the tasks, that would be brilliant. A little bit more intelligence, please. Can we import any iron short term? No, no one will trade us iron. And none of this is any use to us. What are you doing? We need iron. Stay over here. Mine this lot. If I'm moving you over there, this isn't range, isn't it? Ah, bollocks. I don't like the way that this particular, or these lines float above everything, because it makes it difficult to see where they actually are. Okay, that's now in your range. Go deal with it. Thank you. And you stay over there and deal with this. We should also now have a spare one. Yes. I think I was going to allocate that one to coal, but... Okay, if I work this harder, these fields harder, problem still boils down to water, so our fertility equilibrium goes down to 65. Average production every 60 seconds. It would allow us to get more out of the farm at least. And it's not like these or leaving it empty for a period of time stops the irrigation from working, which is annoying as all hell. Okay, so now that we've sorted that, No, the sprinklers definitely turn on. I have actively seen them watering an empty field. Just to maintain the base level of soil moisture. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. You keep working on that, they keep working on that. All of them vehicles are broken though, because not enough iron. Pause that for a bit. And that. Let's get all of the iron down to here first. Get that fixed. It does very, very slowly, because it just dries out naturally due to the sun. I don't think any of these are going to be on the right cycle. No, not in a minute. Insufficient power. Okay, that's a problem. Who hasn't been delivering what they need to over here? Or who has been not keeping... I suppose we should keep a base level of fuel in one of these tanks that's required for these. Maybe that was the problem. Somebody took all the fuel out. Don't import it. I just don't want you to take that last bit of fuel. Okay. Pause. I didn't mean to tell you to deconstruct. Didn't realize I had the deconstruction on. Full of coal, that is a nice problem to have. No, 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 no. Get your ass back over here. I want you digging this mountain, cut that hole through. No compatible sorting plants. Okay, that means that you picked up... Okay, yeah, I was slightly concerned that might be the case. That some early slag may have got into this. Still haven't caught up yet. Originally, when I started this game, I thought it was raining as much as it did in the UK, but no. It doesn't rain anywhere near as much as it does in the UK. Okay. We have most of what we need for this. Not all of it, though. We can probably get the actual power generation part of it up and running, though. Have you run out of power again? Oh, bollocks, that's why we went out of power. We're running out of power because not enough maintenance. And that is preventing the maintenance from being built. Do we need... Actually, no, we can't turn that one off. And we do need the copper. They technically don't use power. Can't turn any of that off. I can turn that off for a bit. And we can turn that off for a little bit. And we can turn that off for a little bit. And once again, you're over here digging stuff we don't need you to. Get back around to here. I want you working on this! Don't make me micromanage you. Fine, micromanagement it is then. There is one square for one of you to dig up. Okay, we do actually need that active so that these can dump. These just use people, they don't actually use power. Now, why were you stopped for so long? Maintenance problems? Or just not enough trucks to keep this full? I would have assumed this being told to be kept empty would keep that full. Okay. That fixes our power problem. We can turn these off so that they're not requesting maintenance. Yeah, and they're going to bounce back and forth until we have a flywheel on the end for them to build up the inertia with. Which is kind of why I'm disappointed we can't just add a shaft. What we could do, though, is reorganize. They all act as one thing. Actually, no, don't build that yet. That needs iron. Not until this is happy. Once again, we have no iron. Why do we have no iron? Still got some in the hopper. Well, most of our maintenance issues are solved. There's now only half as many of them. Do I need more diggers or more trucks? What is our current limiting factor here? I think it's more just the logistics of moving things around. We need bigger hoppers, and if we could get bigger vehicles, that would also be very nice, but we can't at the moment. None of the trucks should need to be depositing waste here. There's no need for them to be coming here. Why would they be trying to import to here either? There's... Did we not... Okay, the iron supply is fixed at least. Let's do this very briefly. Just to fix the remaining maintenance issues. Have you been working correctly? Yeah, you've got some more fuel in. Do we have the resources to build this? We do, and we probably should. Why did you do that? I had already noticed that it had tried to go over the top. I didn't realize it hadn't actually... this needs to be a Type 2 pipe now. Really? Don't need to go over the top of that. We're connecting to... Okay, now we're going to have to remove the entire pipe. It's the same fluid. You're allowed to connect to each other. Stop being weird about it. Oh, I'm an idiot. No, because these are bidirectional. Why the bloody hell are you refusing to connect? Connect that thing to that thing. Well, part of this is hard game. It was enabled earlier though, and it still didn't do it. Better. Stupid thing. Okay. Have we re-enabled this? No, needs to be. Okay, maintenance is fixing itself. We don't have a researcher selected at the minute, I didn't realise that. Let's get guns. Let's grab biofuel, why not? And wheat production. I'm entirely sure that that's in valid range. Hopefully that doesn't cause a pathing issue. Oh, not going to run out of iron anytime soon, even with all of this. We haven't even started to dig down. Still got plenty over here as well. Okay, if things are stable, let's actually allow everything to build up a stockpile, which actually is convenient because... oh no, there's still another 17 minutes. They've extended it until whatever this Oblivion announcement is. Okay, are we stable? Are we safe? Bricks. Turn them back on before that becomes a problem. Turn that back on. Turn that back on. Yeah, no, one supplies one of those, that's fine. Okay, do we have a stockpile of iron yet? Not yet, so we can't really tell it to start building this, but when the stockpile becomes available... How close are we to actually punching through this? Because it will save time. What's our vehicle limit at? Let's get some more vehicles down. Let's get a couple more excavators, 5 more pickups. Tree harvesters and planters are fine. We have plenty of wood around. How are they making over here? Where did they decide of these that they wanted to do? Apparently neither. They are allocated to be cut down, but I'm not seeing my loggers. Is that because they're too busy over here? Yes, it does appear to be the case. Where are they actually? That's the planter, not the logger. Okay, they are making steady progress over here. Out of iron again. Probably should assign vehicles to any of the important inputs or outputs. So let's have a vehicle, keep that full. Accept assigned only. No, we don't want that. We want something that's just doing the work. At least one assigned to do the work, and hopefully others will fill up the slack. So we can do the same thing over here, have one that's just constantly outputting. And one over here. This one's less important. We don't go through that much copper at the minute. Just to confirm, you cannot hear the live stream I now have running in the background in my earphones, can you? Good, then the audio configuration is set up correctly. I am shocked they ever managed to find a path through here. Okay. This all should be running at full tilt. What I would love in these is, I forget which, whether it was Factorio Satisfactory that has it. I would love the ability to know its uptime. Okay, that's full. We are running out of maintenance again, but I think that's because we may need to get the final one of these up and running. The entire system is kind of scaled off of this, and we are now running most of our iron production. Most of, not all of. One of those belts is starting to back up. We have the people and we have the... yeah, so let's get the rest of this online. Yeah, there's a few nice to haves that I would love the UI to be able to do. Firstly, have more than one of these windows open at a time, because obviously I have this much screen real estate. I would love to be able to keep this statistic window up over here permanently while still being able to activate all of these, but there's effectively only one pop-up window that you're allowed open at a time, and some of them are movable. So being able to have multiple and have them movable would be great. But this is a luxury that I can afford due to my screen real estate. So I don't consider that to be a priority. What I would much prefer, though, is the ability to select multiple of these products and put them on a single fucking graph. Okay. Do we have you yet? Are you just slow to build, or did we pause you? Ah, no, you need iron. Makes sense. Iron is the one thing that isn't backed up at the minute. We're trying to fix that problem. We have 8. There's only 1 allocated here. There's 1 allocated here. Our vegetables and foods are currently stable. They are going down slowly. Even without irrigating them. We never looked at that. We should probably get this up and running here just so that this has a nearby automated water supply. Let's pause for a moment. So that brings in the seawater. I think a level 1 distillery processes it? No. It looked like a distillery building. Basic distillery. Where is the distillery buildings? There it is. It's not going to go here. It's just, I want it to see. Okay. That's 36 water per second. Or per minute. This uses 48 when running at full speed. But just one of these would take a large load off. And we could fit it with 2. Which will return brine. Can you mix fluids in pipes? Or more accurately, can you swap them over rapidly? It's probably the thing we're actually looking to do. Because I could put a pipe balancer here and connect 2 outputs there and then have the individual inputs. I can tell it to prioritize particular inputs. Although, given how much brine this will output, I am probably better off just feeding this straight into another one of these. Oh, damn it, that takes a coal as input as well. Maybe I really should just pipe the water over. Or just build more trucks. Because we'll need another 12 coal per second usage over here. And we already use 30 for this. Another 2 for that. These don't use coal anymore. Wait, why are you saying they're both blocked? Game, I saw you connect that. The devil are you playing? I saw this connected earlier. Why all of a sudden this... I swear I've had a cross-pipe connection right at the outside of a building before, and it had no problem with it. I think all of these are slightly raised. Okay, fine. If it wants me to do it that way, I'll do it that way instead. At least I know this way will work. You connecting to the one up top? There. Better. And let's just get this going. I'm fairly sure it's doable because I'm sure I've done it before. We definitely done it here. Although these are extended out by one, so maybe not. Can I assign you with a... Oh, Bethesda Studio. Whatever this stream is running now. Can I do what we do on the other ones? Assign a priority input? No. Does not like it. Hey, flywheel's running. Now, is that Patrick Stewart that I'm hearing? Sounds Patrick Stewart adjacent, but I don't know if it is actually Patrick Stewart. Okay. Coal is the thing we currently need more. Okay, we don't need to increase fuel production yet. Okay, having this storage is the most important since it controls both power and fuel. So we'll let them upgrade these, and then I think I'll build these. We won't upgrade them yet. I'm tempted to just belt this in. Okay, I think this needs another. That's still full. It's still the coal that we've got problems with. The update certainly does look pretty. I wonder how much they're going to fuck with the mechanics. More. Yeah, more. Always more. Okay. Yeah, we're not getting rid of the stone fast enough. So they've remade the game in Unreal Engine 5. But here's the question. How much jank remains in the game? Because it's not a Bethesda game, but there's no jank in it. Increasing the storage amount for these isn't really going to help. Yeah, if they tried to smash the two together, then I can see that being a recipe of things not being particularly great, but we'll see. And out of maintenance because nobody's delivering the rubber. Although we have it stockpiled. Oh, I know, it's the electronics that we're running out of, isn't it? So they've gone a little bit beyond simply remastering it. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Jim Sterling did a video recently about how updating the graphics alone for an old game can make the game just feel worse to play because it looks like it should have the improvements that come with modern graphics. Okay, we need to figure out what we're going to be doing next now. Things are stable, I think. It's mostly just throughput of resources that are a problem. Sorry, I'm half distracted by this now. They have me intrigued. Okay, are we actually getting more food? Because if we don't get more food soon, that's never a good sign. Then we're going to have serious problems. I wonder how long this is going to take to empty out. But I think I am going to build a pipeline. Water appears to be one of the things that is giving us the most grief at the minute. Although if we move the home... If we move all of this, then it's going to be less of a problem. But I don't think the space is available yet. We told them to start clearing it out. But we're not using enough wood to be able to give us a decent enough room. Just burn some wood. Research just finished biofuel. So is it releasing today? Indeed. Okay. When today, though? Okay, food is definitely getting too low for us to just ignore. We need to figure out if there's anything we can do about it. Wait, 55 euros? They're not charging full price? Wait, is 55 euros counted as full price nowadays? Let's have a look. Oh, it is 50 quid. They are charging full price. What's the download side of interest? Yeah, If I started downloading it now, it would be done by the time the stream finished. Anyway, we need to make sure our citizens don't starve. That's the more important thing. And do these pipes not have the throughput, or are they not connected? Oh, son of a bitch! I bandboxed the entire thing. How did it miss them? Half of this stuff hasn't been running. No bloody wonder. When I unpause them, I unpause like that entire section there. I have no idea how it missed the pipes. Okay, we can close down that stream now. We got the information out of it we was curious about. Focus on what we were doing, and that's making sure our population doesn't starve. Let's unpause this. Do these pipes have enough throughput? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Strictly speaking, no. We do need to upgrade some of them. That should be more than enough to make sure we get all the water out of this. Right, throughput should be 60 per second, right? Yeah. So 10 of these would be wait, no, 10 of them should be 35. So yeah, I would need these up here, but I shouldn't need these down here. These should be emptying. Why is the throughput lower than it should be then? Well, whatever. Hopefully that'll help. And hopefully these getting a bit more water will help this. I would hope so. They were all copy-pasted from each other and I never rotated any of them. But it's a reasonable shout. Yeah, no, that looks fine. It may just be that it was taking its time to clear out the backlog since we forgot to actually build part of the pipes. But now we're getting more water here. Hopefully that will keep this lot irrigated, and if that can keep this lot irrigated, then we should be fine for food. I mean, we can always activate food saver, but I'd rather not at the minute. If I can avoid it. Okay. You guys all... Yep, this is all good and going. We've still been using more or using the heavy oil faster than we've been producing it. You are on... Yeah, this is on fuel saver mode. I don't have anything else to use it on at the minute. If I could convert it into fuel, then yeah, you would be right. But since I have nothing else to use it on, either I stockpile it and then burn it, as in just burn it into the air through a flare stack, or I use it here. And it's actually... the cost per trip went down by half. Yeah, I have nothing that currently burns heavy fuel. With the exception of potentially going to gas combustion. But where would I be able to burn it? As in actually use it? No, gas combustor will also burn heavy oil. But as it stands, as far as I was aware, this is the only recipe that gives it, and the only consumption is to run it in the flare stack. We would need the cracking unit in order to be able to actually get something out of it. So if we search for cracking unit... Oh, that gives us the cracking unit, but it doesn't give us the access to the recipe. So, there it is. It is way away. Can I actually get both ends on the screen at the same time? Yeah, there we go. That's how far away it is from actually being able to use it. But no, we'll run it through as fuel rather than coal once we have that technology. Which, speaking of which, haven't we queued it yet? No, we're getting wheat farm first because I wanted more food. What's this going to give us? Wheat mill baking unit. Thinking about it, if we're going to move everything, actually working on building this now is not a great idea. We can plan it out at least. Oh, that will be the intent, but I need gas combustion first. We'll be burning first light fuel, and then any spare heavy oil will go in the gas combustion, and that will go in place of coal. That is the intent, but we don't have the research. And until that point, then we may as well just keep using it as fuel over there. For the ship. Yeah, let's get these online now. So long as this is running at 100%, that's still fine. Let's upgrade that, 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 and that. That's fine, we have plenty of coal. We just need to make it the primary source, so it gets rid of any excess. And then fall back to coal when we need to. Okay, this is working how I wanted it to. It's not backing up on this, so this side is definitely the primary input. Both of those running? Both of those are running. Okay, that's wheat farming. Okay, we have the power now, so let's do that, and then we'll run that one. Organic fertilizer. Again, not worth it until we actually move our population. What are you going to need? Corn seeds. Okay, so we're going to need to send our ship out some more. That's fine, I was starting to think about actually putting the gun on it anyway. Okay, gives us a queue. Okay. Wheat farming and processing. So flour and animal feed. Turn wheat directly into animal feed. We can burn the animal feed for the time being. Or burn it in the boiler for more steam. We can turn spare wheat along with anything else into fuel gas. So it's simply mill into flour, flour into bread. If it's that simple, how big are these things? That has a lot of inputs. We only need one of them though. What's general food consumption speed at? So one of them running full tilt would be enough for bread. That is one thing I'm not sure about, whether or not food consumption is distributed evenly across all foods being imported, or whether it's the population always uses X amount of food for every individual type. You'd assume it must be balanced, but maybe it isn't. At the very least, food is stable. Food is stable. Send the ship out some more. Estimating how long supply. Calories satisfied. So yeah, it's spread out between all of them then. Although it doesn't really tell you. It's obviously consumption per 60 seconds. It doesn't tell you how many calories. There we go. One feeds. Okay. So yeah, it's balanced out between all food products. So adding another food thing is not going to be too much of an issue. And current consumption per 60 seconds is lower than ship in battle. Should have run away. We are about surrounded now. I forget which one of these. One enemy ship. One enemy ship. 2, 2, and 2, yeah. So yeah, short term we can probably get away with one of each of these if we actually want to set this up, which might be worth doing. How long until this crop is picked? Okay, so long enough that we can toy around with this. Yeah, you get much the same amount out. But it takes longer to grow. And it gets doubled later. Because it turns 12 of these into twice as much bread. Won't improve fertility. But if we add it, we can always then have a fallowed year or fallowed schedule. Well, you have Unity turned off, so feeding them a diverse diet is not as much of a problem. Has to be repaired. Do I have to cancel out to repair? Ah, no, we repair it there. Did we set that up as the second one? That's the third one. What did we put in second? Okay, that's fine. We may as well do all... I was going to say we may as well do all of the upgrades at the same time, but no, there's no reason not to do these now. Okay, I think we need to be a little bit more specific about which trees these guys can cut. And more deliberate about selling our Oh yeah, I suppose these don't need... We can build those through the trees, we just need to decide where we want the settlement. Okay, if it will go there, then... Okay, we will put it there. So we need to cancel all of this. Let's get rid of these, and these, and these. And now we need to actually dispose of some wood. Can I turn this off so that things don't cut from it? I think my harvesters are over there. Yeah, here they are. The problem they have at the minute is just that, do they only have a truck each? Let's give them a couple of trucks each. Try and get rid of some of the wood. Yeah, their problem is more just that their drop-off point for the wood is all the way over here. Okay, you still have places to mine copper. You still have places to mine. You still have places to mine. We really run out of electronics again. We are running out of electronics. Why? I would guess that someone hasn't been delivering the rubber. Or the rubber isn't being produced. The wastewater isn't getting out. How do you figure that? Why did... I'm surprised everything didn't absolutely break then. How have you managed to be keeping up with everything else? Everything else's production? I'm surprised we didn't run out of maintenance again. Let's see. Okay, so I was just curious about Elder Scrolls multi-monitor or super ultra wide support, and it looks like standard Unreal Engine affair in that it supports it, but the UI is glued to the edge of the screens, making it less useful on anything but ultra wide. I mean, I could build them a stockpile nearby, but I can't really allocate when I'm manually selling off which stockpile for it to pull from, unless we can somehow manage to empty all of our stockpiles. It's hard to keep a track of those alerts because they're so far out the way. I'm mostly just listening for the sound effects. Okay, settlement power. If we need some more Unity, then we can build that. Provides electricity to the attack settlement, which generates extra Unity. Doesn't tell me how much power it will use though. We don't need the Unity at the minute. And food is restabilized. I suppose if we build it, then we can re-enable maintenance reducer, which will help a little. And we have the spare power, unless it's going to use an enormous amount. Short on electronics. They are stockpiling again now. Yep, additional Unity means we can save elsewhere. It's a good trade-off. Interesting. I don't think it cares which way round I tell it to place it. No, it is going to. Okay, so that would already be more than we have. I'm just thinking. Okay, let's move this one to here for it'll let us. There's a tree in the way. And then that will be as far northwards. Or at least upwards as far as current screen is. Can I get you to cut down that tree specifically? And then we'll build a 6x6 of tier 2 housing, or at least we'll allocate for the construction of. And then we'll put, yeah, one there. Okay, I'll build one here and then another one here. We'll have the food inputs be here, which will give us reasonable amount of room. We'll get a 9x9 there and we can keep expanding downwards if we need to. That seems reasonable. We've kind of skipped over concrete. The title of this episode doesn't apply anymore. Okay, this uses a reasonable amount of power. But it is giving us a whole chunk of Unity. Enough to enable two things. Not that we have anything else that we want to enable at the minute. Okay. So you should cut out all of these, which will be good. Now where are we going to put the farms? Where's the water? There's the water. Do I just build 4 of them across here? We may need, well, we're going to need more than 4 eventually. We can space them out a little bit more this time around though. I wish I could put Ghost or force this down and just have it allocate, okay, we'll dig this or we'll cut this down for you. How flat is this land or not? Okay, it's all more or less the same, that height. It's not going to cause a problem as far as the farms are concerned. And then we can pump the water directly from here to feed the farms and the settlement. Which means that the water that's currently over here can be used predominantly to supply all of this. In fact, I think it has enough throughput. Yeah, all of this would have enough throughput to be able to supply this. And the intent is going to be that we will rebuild this over here once all of that is gone. Since this is where our oil is coming in and it's going to be our primary point of using it. So all of this will go. Will I get rid of that one? Yeah, we'll get rid of this one as well. I don't see any reason to keep it. I could give myself a bit more space over here. We can't add another one of these just because it doesn't have the out or the means to get out. But I could add a dumping zone here just to give us a bit more flat land. We won't need it in the near term, so let's not worry about it for now. And we also have the fact that we'll have some land over here once this is all gone. I don't know why I paused. I didn't need to. Okay. You've got plenty to be digging out. You now have bigger hoppers as well. Larger buffers is always nice. Let's wait until we have some more. Yeah, wait until we have more of a supply of that, and then we'll upgrade some of those. Okay, you go ahead and build that now. We could get another cargo ship in, but we don't really have a place to put the dock at the minute. Do I want to dig out that copper now so that we can... It goes down so deep though. Just so that we can use this bit here, or keep building out this bit here so that we can have a bigger dock. To finish my thoughts. Why have they suddenly realigned themselves? Okay, yeah, you grab that one, you grab the rest of these. That'll allow us to build this here. And once you've got all of those, we can go there. And that'll give us our top on our left-hand side. Now that we have our top, we can put some stuff down here. The water facility... the water facility acts as both the input and the output for the water. So we would have to pipe it over anyway. In which case we may need to get these trees cut down as well, because it might make more sense to put the water facility over here. Just so that we can pipe into it easier. I haven't paused, have I? No, good. One way or another, we can put waste collection up here. And then we can... copy that bit there. Let's actually bring it up a little bit. Just so the vehicles can get underneath it if they need to. I don't think there's any materials in that cliff, no. Actually don't need those cut down for the time being. Okay, how close are we to... Probably a ways off, yeah. The next tier food market. I can probably increase production of research at this point, or more likely increase consumption of research. Double research speed. Okay, ship modifications complete. It's about break time, but before that, shall we see whether or not we actually have the ability to take out a pirate? One ship with a battle score of 100. What's the battle score of our ship? $140. We ran out of workers for some reason. We'll worry about that in a second. Let's see if we can keep these off for now. Okay. Food is stable again as well. We have a nice amount of power.
Let's do this. Hang on tight. Here I come. That was incredible.
15 seconds. Jammy bastards almost took out both our guns. Our crew needs to be able to aim better. Okay, right, we need to take a break, so that's what we will do. How long has it been on that screen? That's a single screen. Okay, so yeah, I will take a break. I will leave things running because things appear to be stable. Let's allocate, make sure we have a decent allocation for them where they can mine. Yeah, that's fine. That'll last. That might run out. We'll see. But yeah, I'll go take my break. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. I'll get myself something to eat, something to drink, and I will see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Apologies for the delay. Just bring everything back up. Check everything is working. Good. And then there is coal in there. You were right. I thought you might be. But it did not become a problem. Okay. I also paused the game, so that would have helped. No more trees to cut? Oh, you've got trees to cut. Ah, you can't escape. I locked you in. Okay, let's sell these. I was thinking about it. We have this massive area of flat land here. We could just build more of these to fill the tanks of, or to fill the tank there, if we really wanted to. Actually, one second. I'm going to grab a strepsil. As mentioned earlier, I think it's a mouth also. It just happens to be at the back of my mouth. And I can feel it tingling again. Okay. Sorry, muted myself just because I'm still eating my strepsil. Oops. So, strepsil eaten. Forgot to unmute myself for a little bit. Everything below this line should already be flattened. But I see no reason not to confirm that assertion. Oh, some of this stuff over here hasn't been yet. Okay. Full of food, that is a good problem to have. Okay, so we actually have the ability to now burn this, so... What's it come under? There it is. Do we not have the bigger smokestack? Ah, it is a bigger smokestack. Oh, do we have steel production as well now? I don't think we researched that, no. We got the air separator because it's required for something. I forget what. Oil and water needs to go in there, steam comes out there. So we need to route things up to there. Let's just plonk this down so that we can have a look inside it. As it stands, that's what we want to burn. Just for the sake of completing this quest. Let's burn some excess, some heavy oil. Okay. We can always move the coal a little bit. Oops. Yeah, we will shift the coal a bit. We only want you boiling or burning off light oil and heavy oil. We will pipe both over. Okay, flare stack has got rid of that now. Yeah, we're going to need to move that. Extend it out. Okay. Okay, that all works. I could route this over here as well. In fact, I think I will. But before that, let's get the rest of this up and running. Actually, no, we just need this up and running so that this can continue running again. And then we can start worrying about everything else. Gonna have to take them up 3 and then bring them down to 2. To get the overflow over to here. And we really need to be designating it from the other direction, otherwise we're going to have to invert it. So let's pause. Actually, no, let's take these down. Okay, now that that's done, let's come over to here. That's on level 2, that's on level 3, so we are going to need to up to level 3 here. Kinda wish I could join these two together. Now, how did you get disconnected? are planning to move all of this later, but we may as well make use of the resources while we have them now. Okay. See if we made any errors in our piping. Good. VoD down to the boiler. Okay, now we've got steam in there. I'm okay to disassemble that. Good, you're not running at the minute, which gives me opportunity to do this. Okay, I figured it was going to do that, that's fine. Build that. Quick build that. There we go. All of the exhaust now goes over to here. And hopefully all of that should work and we haven't messed anything up. And if for any reason so here's the question. Do we want to run that off of diesel now? Yeah, for the small amount we get out of this per cycle, I think we swap it back over to diesel. So we'll have to keep an eye on this, but we'll allow it to empty out naturally. Output full. Oh, you swine. There we go. Don't know why it didn't connect first time around, because I did build it from this side and then flip it round. But yeah, don't need to be exporting that anymore. Still going to mostly be using coal, but that's fine. This is just so that we're not wasting resources just by burning it. No, I'm fairly sure it was enabled. But it doesn't matter. We found the problem, we fixed it. All good. You must be getting close to being done for your last build plan. Yeah. Getting there, we're almost through. Bridge is actually making good progress. I don't know where I'm going to start dumping all of this stuff once the bridge is done. I suppose start building another bridge over to here. Have you left yet? No, you still got plenty of oil in you. That's almost done. We can move that over now, so we can go to that one. Why are you digging this bit out rather than getting this bit here? Did we not allocate you correctly? I suppose you're digging the nearest bit first. Actually, it needs to be 4 wide, otherwise I was having problems with trucks waiting to be able to dump there. Okay. Advanced oil processing, automate crude oil import, which we've already done. All quests completed. Tier 2 food market ready. Let's have a look at this thing. Oops. We haven't got planning mode on. Okay, so it just takes 2 inputs, same amount of storage. It's just a space saver. I wonder why you're not dumping any of your materials there. Or it could just be that because this is so puring, yeah, there's very little waste materials here for it to grab, that's why. Let's pause for a second while I think this. I don't need to get all the resources, but I want to get as much of the resources as I possibly can. The problem we have here is all of this. That copper goes deep. I know. I'd already figured that out. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do it. Again, you don't need to backseat game me. All you're going to do is get a telling off for continuing to do it. At the very least, I can get some of it. If I tell it to finish off this bit here, extend the path all the way around here, because we're going to be building along here anyway, this is where our port is. Then I can dig out 5, yeah, dig down 5 here. Without it collapsing and then fill it back in again. And in order to do that properly, I'm going to tweak you. You continue to mine this area here. And then we'll dump here. Let's encourage you guys to go over there rather than over here first. This might cause a problem in terms of being able to fit the pier. I don't know how much of the pier actually needs to be over water. Because it complains about that bit, which we know about. I've got to assume that's going to be fine. We may have to dig out retaining walls after we've built them. You all still okay? Yeah, okay, so that's all fine. Right, you're waiting for a pickup. Looks like you're about to get one. Oh, I didn't realise I had told them to cut those down. Did I just forget to... Yeah, I must have. Forget to turn them off. That's fine then. Well, the water facility here then. Can I mirror that? Yep. Actually, no, we need to adjust this last bit. Need it that way round. True, being able to have underground pipes would be nice. They would take longer to install, which would be fine. That would be the trade-off for them. They take longer to build. But it would then also allow you to run pipes and allow diggers to get over the top of them without having to build a bridge. Okay. How are you still dumping over there? I thought I... Oh, I didn't cancel all of it. Oh. That sounds like a right path. Basically use the dig tool to go down 1 meter, put the pipe in there, and then level it. You would have to basically go something along the lines of dig, down, 1, flat. That is the wrong angle. In fact, I don't think 1 is going to be enough, is it? You probably have to go down 2. Dig your trench. In order to make it easier to refill it in, you probably also then want to have the dump right next to it. So dirt from there goes to here. Bury it. Or build your pipe. And then reverse it. One second, need to close the curtains, at least half of them. Apparently some key resellers have cheaper versions of official keys. I don't know how the hell they've managed to get cheaper versions of official keys. But both... This is for Oblivion. Both CD keys and... What was the other one? The one that... Rock, Paper, Shotgun. Fantastical. Have it at 17 and 23% off, at least in the UK. I'm always very wary of key sellers, but at this point it's impossible for them to have had fake keys. And if they're going to have a 25% discount on a 50 quid game, I still don't know if I'll buy it. Do I really want to play Oblivion again? I mean, sure, it's been a long time. Or do I just want to watch the Spiffing Brit break it? Out of workers, that's why we turned them off. I think Spiffing Brit must have got an early key. He definitely has a video related to it. I had a quick look because I was curious whether or not they seeded him a key before it was released, so we could get something out. But yeah, he's definitely released some sort of video. I just don't know what it is. We don't have the spare plates. Yeah, it was it wasn't Skyrim, it was a Skyrim-like he was playing. That they gave him a early access key for. Showing some of the exploits, but deliberately stating that he didn't show all of the exploits because he still wanted to have some fun with the game after it came out. Like, even in that game, you can level your sneak by walking in place early on in the game, where enemies have no chance of seeing you. He probably knew about it. He releases enough Skyrim content that I would be shocked if someone didn't contact him, let him know so he could get something up early. I would be shocked if that wasn't the case. Okay, wood cutting's going to take a while. What can we do while we're waiting? Upgrade a bunch of storage, I imagine. We have all of these tanks up and running now. We already upgraded these. How's our water income coming in? Still can't keep up with the fields. Well, Bethesda's owned by Microsoft now. Good, that one's still digging away merrily. Okay, yeah. Let's upgrade some storage. Let's upgrade you and you. I think we've already upgraded this one. Let's add more to that buffer. And I think these ones as well. Okay, organic fertilizer. Hey, a new settlement. What do you do? Food pack for crude oil. Gold for crude oil. See, you sell crude oil basically. can lend fuel. We do now have the resources. We could improve our reputation with some of these locations. At least everything is stable. Everything is very much stable at the moment. Consumption isn't quite reaching peak for fuel. And increases trade offers. There's no point in enabling or building the rest of these buildings here because we don't have the population for it and we don't have currently the location to keep said population. We are making good, steady progress at clearing out the trash pile. Maybe in another 20 years they'll be done. Okay, what can we do while we're waiting for these guys to catch up? Other than sell more wood. It's also a great way of increasing pollution and reducing the health. I'm fairly sure just burning it is better than just having it about. Yeah, now we've got rid of most of it, it's not a factor anymore. That's fair. Okay, they are coming down to here to dump now. Good, good. I wonder if they're ever going to change it so that not necessarily the pollution is localized, but so that if you drop waste into the sea, you get polluted water as a result. I really want you guys to go over to the other place now. Start building out where my pier is going to be, so I can start digging out some of that copper. Okay, how are you doing? Steadily making progress. We have the resources to build these now, so we've been buying them in. We may as well actually go ahead and do it. There's not as much coal here as I would like there to be, but that's fine. There's loads of it up here. Well, actually, there's a lot of nothing up there. There is a lot of coal as well, but it's buried deep. I don't have any concrete production yet. This was where we was going to start producing concrete, we just never got around to actually building this out. We also need to cut down some of the trees here. Yeah, the intent was to use the limestone here, 2 of these into 3 of these. And we was going to... That's importing coal. Going to crush the rocks from here initially, I think. Yeah, we've not got around to it because we decided to move our population first because we need to expand our population. Speaking of... potatoes, corn, bread, vegetables. We need these guys to finish build or cutting out where our farms are going to go, and then we can actually start thinking about moving everything over. I don't think it matters if these things are all bundled together or spaced out. We'll space them out. That should give plenty of water for everything. We need to irrigate the farms, and then we are going to need to bring water over to there. Two inputs for water. How much water do we currently use over here, assuming it actually even has enough? Consumed last month. Settlement needs... Okay, we should bring over a bigger pipe of it. And we should probably actually store it. No, that's overkill. One big tank will do. So I don't have to remember to upgrade it later. It's never too early to future-proof. If you have the spare resources, you may as well put them to use. Let's not worry about that bit for now. Figure out where all the farms are first. I won't future-proof something that I know or I suspect I'm going to tear down, but if it's a permanent setup like that up there, I'm not intending on moving them again. Now, as tempting as I am to build another burner, they will get through it. Okay, good. Although they haven't actually built that bit yet. I think we should be alright. If they do flatten out this area to the point that I've told them to, I think it will still be fine to build another cargo depot on. I mean, we have another ship out there, we can actually potentially start making use of it. We can start trading our wood for the concrete slabs from here. Allow us to start cutting things down faster. Send you out. Okay, I'm not worried about leveling that bit. But if we can level this bit, then... In fact, the only bit that I need leveling is this bit here. So I can build the retaining wall. You may not actually need it. But we started, so we'll see. Okay. I do appreciate that this does appear to refill. I'm just not sure how fast it refills. So, order of operations. Get the farms up first, get the water up second. Get the food inputted next. Get the rest of this done, and then we can build all of these. Once all of that is done, tear down everything over on the other one. Okay, let's finish figuring out this, because everything else is fine. We're happy with how all that's going to go. Now, do we manufacture the sand here or just bring the... No, we need... Yeah, we need to dump resources still. Okay. Too many ships. What is the strength of our ship at the minute? We didn't put the armor on it. We repaired it and was getting ready to put the armor on it, but didn't actually put the armor on it. Okay, so we may as well be digging out sand and bring the sand over. So we'll have a largely storage for sand. Not necessarily there, I'm just putting it for... Actually no, here is a good place for it. Move it forward a little bit to put it in line. Do these vent gas? No, but they need a water input, which we can pipe over. Not much water? Not much water. Where is the tumbler? There it is. We'd be turning to rocks to gravel. Okay, what speed does it do that? 24 to 24. This needs 9 apiece, so we're going to need to power all of them, which we shouldn't do. Or we shouldn't need to. We'll need 2 of these. Relatively speaking, we don't need much coal, yeah, so we don't need a large amount of that imported. This is sand. Concrete has to go in the middle. Is there anything else around here that needs to vent gas? No. These don't vent much gas, so we can get away with a small smokestack. Does cement count as a flat? That looks flat to me. Yep, okay. I imagine gravel is, yeah, U-shape as well. Just so I can make them all one belt again. Okay. Which one do we want to take up to the top? Oh, well, yeah. If we're only going to bring that up one, then that is sufficient. Which means you're coming up too. Okay, and then we can take this here to here, this here to here, this here to here, this here to here. Do I want to bring them in? Let's bring them in a couple, they don't need to be quite that long or that far away. Connect from the second tier. We may need to move them out. Because I don't think we're going to be able to, yeah. They need to be here. Okay. Perfect. I do sometimes, depending on how I actually want things to be built. Okay, so there's concrete production, theoretically. I know, but I'm happy for it to be piped individually. Because these are mirrored and these are mirrored. Okay, now we can check for sure. So... okay, good, yeah. It isn't complaining that it needs to be in the ocean. So that is plenty of space. Coal is fine, everything else is fine. That's all fine. All the resources are fine. They have done their first pass, which means we can now figure out where these are going to go. Are you seriously complaining that there's trees in the middle of the field? Or is it that... Yeah, you're complaining that there's trees in the middle of the field. That's a pain. I was hoping you would let me just do that for the time being. I want to be able to put these things down. Okay, is there anything else we're missing from here? Or can we actually start this going? Right, we need to cancel those. You will bring coal in. You're going to have dirt. You will have stone. And you will not export from here. Actually, no, you can export from here, but only the last bit. Limestone. I want to be able to do that, but it won't let me. I wanted to keep some amount in, but not too much in. But it's one or the other. We'll do it that way down then. Oh, they need to be moved. They can't go there. But this entire thing may need to be moved. Was really just sketching it out for now. I think we aim to put this here. If we want to get access to all of that, then it's going to need to be a bit further back than that. Now to do the trick. And then this section over here-ish, which we'll need to get rid of the trees for. Let's copy, so we can get an idea. Okay, that'll do. Okay, these diggers are still working at this. They're getting there though.
In the sea of night when the soul is
Okay, let's get rid of some iron. Something else we need to configure. It ain't flat. How much sand is in that little place there? Do we bury the sand in dirt? They have other paths they can take. It's not that much more of a journey to go around that way. I imagine sand is going to be very loose and therefore will have a high tendency to slope if we dig it out and collapse. Sand here is actually not that deep. We don't need much of it. Deeper sand over here. That's quartz, not sand. There's our gold. Bloody hell. There's a lot of gold in there. That's a lot of gold. That's quartz. Here's sand. Okay, we don't need much, to be fair. So let's not build that just yet. We will allocate for dumping, or we'll just say for leveling. This bit here. And then we will add a retaining wall to directly to the other side of it. Can we put a retaining wall in this section here? Yeah. We'll add a retaining wall straight away along there and then start digging it out. Did they ever finish flattening this bit out? Not quite, but they almost have. Task I asked them to do ages ago, when I was hoping to be able to build the ports here, but no, can't build the ports there. Okay, you are repaired. upgrade you. And we may as well start loading you as well. And we've not been doing any research. We should probably get some research going. Let's get the next set of edicts just because it's a generic thing. Because there's so many things in here we haven't even started to build yet. We're now well ahead of our, or the research is well ahead of our ability to make use of it. It's just a better concrete mixer, runs faster. And the same for Assembler 3, just makes things quicker. Construction parts and steel. Sour water. Interesting. Way to produce slag? Why would you want a way to produce slag? There must be a reason for that, but why? More powerful generator also serves as power. So just a bigger diesel generator. Better captain's office. Enables recycling place in like labs. I thought that was a... Yeah, you could just burn it though. Yeah, I think you can make... That's a good point. I forgot about that. I might have to modify the thingy setup. Impure copper with acid makes more copper. Slag gets down into crushed slag, which you can use in place of sand, I think it is? Oh no, it would be in place of gravel. And I forgot to enable these recipes. Copy, paste, paste, paste. In which case we may as well also enable the import of slag over to here. Which we can use as a backup in the event that we don't have enough. So let's turn that off, turn that off, turn that off. Slag becomes a fallback. That's a big loose storage. Let's make that a small loose storage. Do you have enough room to get up and into there? Probably not, because I think you have to go up 2. Yep, you can get up and into there. You take the rock as a priority, the slag is a secondary. And then this inputs slag, keep it full. Don't export from here. So we'll use the rock first. And then if we run out of rock from here, then it'll start using the slag instead. How many farms are we actually going to be able to get here? If we start from there. 1, 2, 3. We'll easily get 4 in. Probably 4, then skip a space, go 5 over here. I've not seen them do that yet, but you can always tell them to only take a full load. If I disable that, then they won't take a partial load. But at the minute, the trucks are actually doing fine. They're keeping up perfectly well. Have you got this bit? You've got that bit, good. Okay. So we can extend this out. We need to disable the terrain designations. And yeah, that should be fine. If we dig all this down to 2, then we can put in another set of walls, which will allow us to get that without too much problem. Oh, it was very, very complaining about busy trucks a while ago. But things have settled down. And since the groundwater's so far away, we've just not been using it. For the most part. Okay. We don't need this here anymore, so let's reclaim that dumper. Station has run out of fuel. Are we actually out of fuel? We are actually out of fuel. Why are we out of fuel? Just been going off a cliff. Okay, you're not doing something you... Game. What is this? This most definitely had it turned on at the time. Wasn't? Or didn't this pipe somewhere along the line have a... Stupid thing, we'll just fix the end of it. I'm aware. But this wall isn't going to be the only one here. We're going to dig down to this level here and then place another wall. Because if I remove that terrain designator, then it's perfectly happy to accept a wall there. And that will get me down low enough for this. I thought about this. There is a plan. Okay. Well, it would need to be 10, or it would need to be lower than 10, and we can actually go down 15. We would be able to go down 15 before it fell or wanted to fall. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It should be fine. It will, it's just I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Because you put one here, and then you need to dig out this one down 10 or 5 more so that this is empty, and then place another one there, or at least so it's low enough that it'll let you place another one here. So then you can go 5 again and 5 again. So I can get it down to 15 for this bit here. I just don't know the specific mechanics to be able to get that perfect. Okay, you are mostly empty. Okay, you've probably got 2 more trips in you. 3, 4 more trips maybe. And then we can swap you back out for diesel. Are you loaded? Everything is loaded. You are repaired. You are armored. Okay. The other one's all the same. Oh, you only want 80 for an upgrade. And you want 120 as well. Vehicle parts, product cost estimates. Production cost estimate. Okay. I just realised these things could have been farming corn for us. Never mind, not a big deal. So one assumes... Have we been given more contracts? I mean, this one didn't have any contracts to begin with. No, that one didn't have any contracts. And I don't think it's given us any additional resources. Better reputation, you have more trade offers you get. It has not given me additional trade offers. We still have the resources to burn, we may as well. Just burn, get rid of the sodden wood. In fact, get rid of all the sodden wood. That'll do. There we go. They're busy, but I'll give you both an extra truck each so we can try and get this area cleared faster. Because now it's literally the wood cutting that's holding us up. that flat yet? Mostly. We are going to need a way to get in and out of this. So we'll just designate this for now. Probably don't need to do this, but better safe than sorry. We'll put the sorting plant here. Once they finish flattening out that bit. And if the sorting plant is going to go there, then the way in and out can be there. Okay, we should have room now for the first farm to be allocated its position. Indeed, although I think we need you to roll yourself out of the way. Okay. I'm tempted to leave the last one actually blank. Nah. We will need to actually get fertilizer production, but we don't need to worry about that too much at the minute. So yeah, now we can copy paste from that. We are going to need to cut down all of these trees as well, just so that we have space for what's it called? The actual production of bread and fertilizer and the like. For now, we'll just focus on this bit here so that we can allocate the farms and the pipe work therefore. Okay, you loaded? You're loaded. I'd be interested to know okay, so it does need to be running basically constantly as it is for the time being. And we should consider the fact we may need to upgrade it soon. Do I want to get the next research done? Even though we're not in a position to actually start doing anything with any of it? I mean, I suppose there's no reason. The only thing is it's gonna make me forget the fact that we actually need to start doing some of this stuff. Is there anything we can start now that's... yeah. Oh no, that is going to want to queue right the way up through there. You haven't missed any earlier research? Nope. Any of the early research, rather. Every time I look at this, I think, I'm going to get through this coal really quickly if I'm not careful. Water recovery would be nice. When's the next upgrade to our power system? Power generation 3. Low pressure boiler. Which just allows us to gain additional power from the same line. It just feels like it's disappearing quickly, but the one thing I'm forgetting now the one thing that I'm forgetting is this quarry is currently a flat floor. There's a decent amount still there that we just haven't tapped yet. Because I'm trying to level out the entire thing first before I then dig down another level. So it's deceptive. But yeah, you're right, there is a lot more there than it first seems. Okay. We have improved edicts. Quarantine, 20% of the total workforce to reduce the effects of ongoing disease. Increases safety conditions, get a plus 10 health bonus. I mean, we have the spare Unity, we could turn that on. We could also turn Food Saver on. We don't need anything at the minute. I'd rather just stockpile some more Unity because it's useful just to have as a resource to spend. Water saver. That might be worth turning on. The trash pile is almost gone. I should have set that to dig. We need, before we can do any expansion, we know this. We need to get all of this stuff sorted. We've stockpiled a lot of bricks. Are they all stored over here at the minute? Most of them are, yeah. Okay. How flat is all of this? Still waiting on them to do this bit here. They've got most of this done. We could now start digging down a bit. If we actually needed the copper, which we don't. But it's preparing the land anyway. Speed 3. We've been running at speed 2 for long enough, let's put it in speed 3. Okay, ship is back, or at least it's coming back. Actually no, we should tell the ship to come back. Yeah, no, you have the fuel, go over there and shoot them. Okay. What extra trade did we get here? One of these two that we got, which again is still not useful. We have a quick trade for glass. I'm not sure which one of these is new. I wasn't paying attention. Yep. I've not needed to build another one. It's been keeping up. Largely because we're trying to move our population. We'll be able to start building things a lot faster once we can expand out this area here by moving it all the way over there. And then we can start getting more population in and then just enable all of this. So we have full production. And then we can start worrying about steel and the like. Might be worth me leaving the game running after stream, just to get us to the point where we can actually expand. We'll give them 4 trucks apiece. We've already seen that ship battle. Okay, you need to be repaired. And then we may as well, we have the resources. Well, we can trade for the glass here. But yeah, we don't have a contract for glasses yet. Or for glass yet. But if we can get some construction part 3, we can make some, trade that for glass. Okay, that is empty. You've got one more trip in you. That being the case, what do I want to do? Do I want to take this down and pipe that into here? No, we'll leave it as it is because, again, once we've got rid of all of this settlement stuff, we're going to move oil processing over here. I've already just said it added trades. This just says you don't have enough production. That one says requires at least 3 reputation too. So yeah, this one is doable. In theory, unless it's or hiding a piece of information from us. Okay, and then we'll have one more, and then if we need more farms, we can put them over here. We will need more farms, but when we need more farms, we can put them over there. Okay, we can start making some of this stuff because we can always just turn it off. And it shouldn't use any power or maintenance if it's off, at least. I don't think. Hopefully this just unpauses the construction and not the buildings. Good. That's going to make the trucks busy. I don't think we can build these. Oh, we can pause the housing. Why do vegetables and seeds, tree seeds, come out of a different slot? Oh, because they're count. I see. Okay. Because vegetables are counted as flat products, whereas everything else is a loose product. We have a couple of workers spare. We can pre-fill the tanks. Assuming that it will fill the tanks, even with them paused. No, it will not fill the tanks while they're paused. Why? I couldn't tell you. Okay, that's going to be a good watch after I'm done here then. Yes, we can get you building now. I could add... I'm debating adding a buffer water tank. We shouldn't need it though. Not unless we manage to somehow pump this pretty large reservoir dry. Still, it might be useful as an emergency backup. Cargo ship is low on fuel. With a little bit of luck, these pumps won't be constantly running. And the other one I'm likely going to remove. Yeah, let's have an emergency buffer tank. Oops. Okay, let's sort the cargo ship fuel out. Okay, good. Swap you back over for diesel. That pipe should be empty. If we break it here, then we can make this temporary fix here. No, I'm not really fussed one way or another. But what do you mean by spread out? The only reason that this is being built over here is because this is where the reservoir is. And I want to predominantly feed all of this lot off the reservoir, and then everything else can be rainwater or desalinated water. It's just because the resources are spread out that I'm spreading everything else out. In terms of this bit here, it's so that I can expand into it. So that if I wanted to, this can be expanded this way, these can be expanded this way, this can has extra room here, and if I want to, I can also put some here. It's just room to expand. Oh, I know why that hasn't done anything yet, because it needs to be dug out. Oh, that. It makes logical sense in my head for that's how it to be. Even if it makes no difference whatsoever in terms of how the game handles it. I'll sign it that bit first. It's probably going to pick up some amount of sand, and it's got nowhere to put it in a minute. So let's change this so that we can get this area here first, since that's where the ore sorters going. I know, that's deliberate. It's deliberate because everything that needs to be built from now, or everything from here onwards, I need to build it in order to progress. So there's no point in me researching it if I'm not in a position to build it. Because otherwise I would just have to dig to find the information again. It's not going to take long for it to research. Is why I'm doing it that way. Because otherwise I have to double back on myself and think, okay, right, what out of this research that I've already done do I actually need to build the infrastructure for? Okay, so ore sorting plant. I'm probably going to expect sand, maybe some amount of dirt, maybe some amount of rock. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's push the thing off the top, thank you. Let's move you back up here. Sand gets large storage. Everything else can get a smaller storage. This is sand. This is dirt. And this is rock. Fuel station is what I'm thinking of, which makes me think, did I correctly reassign all of this? Hopefully when I move all of that, I'll remember how I have it set up. Okay. Where do I want to put a fuel station and things here? How about right next to that? I need a fluid storage. Fuel station. Links may just be permanently or auto removed. I didn't get a warning that or a notice that you tried to post something. Try and post it anyway. It may just say to me, would you like to allow this message? In that case, yeah, YouTube ate it. because I have links disabled because I have no moderators. If it's not going to ask me. Okay, that's all good. You're ready. There's sand. Okay, good, that's all done. That being the case, let's start digging down. 1, 2, 3. No, that's not down, game. Try again. There we go. 4, 5. They're still driving across the desert. Hopefully they'll figure it out soon enough that not going to be safe. Yeah, YouTube is definitely a fan of shadow bans. Making sure the person that is banned or is posting something that they shouldn't do doesn't know, so they don't try to evade it. But then YouTube also doesn't have particularly great moderation tools in the first place. Okay. We're connecting our sand now, which is good. We can bring our water around. You're not curving around any trees, are you? You are, damn it. Okay, let's take it back to here then. I think we did allocate that bit next, yeah. Okay, we have reached the end of the stream. I will keep going for a little bit longer anyway, and I'll just clear up this bit of tree here and maybe give myself some more space here so we actually have something to do on Thursday. And then on Thursday we'll look at actually getting concrete production and moving everything over. I think is probably going to be the plan. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Thursday this week. Yes. Yeah, it's next week that I need to change Thursday's stream date. So yeah, hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.